the Chandravali. He's going to do Master, the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service, I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the word emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is a perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. My him ecstatic prema emanates, and by him brings the desire. Phoenix fulfills the sacred office directly. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy. Lord and Master of the devotees, O Master, please be merciful unto us.
Give us the shade of the lotus feet. Let us bring spread all the way through the world. We take shelter of the lotus feet. To Prabhupada ki jai. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sama Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sama Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Yara Prasade Bhai Hey Baba Tori Ay Yara Prasade Bhai Hey Baba Tori Ay Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kai Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kai Adana Koriyo Mane Acha Adana Koriyo Mane Acha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ekse Utama Gati Guru Charane Rati Ekse Utama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ekse Utama Gati Shri Guru Ye prasade pure sarva asa Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Sakudano dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Sakudano dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito. Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito. Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avijja Vinasayate. Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avijja Vinasayate. Vede Gaya Hara Charito. Vede Gaya Hara Charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vajamajanara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vajamajanara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Ha Prabhu Korodaya Jyamode Padachaya. Ha Prabhu Korodaya Jyamode Padachaya. Eveyas Kusutre Bhuvana. Eveyas Kusutre Bhuvana. Ha Prabhu Korodaya Jyamode Padachaya. Ha Prabhu Korodaya Jyamode Padachaya. Eveyas Kusutre Bhuvana. Eveyas Kusutre Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvatesha Sanyavadi Pasachare Satarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Tama Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Namah Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Tama Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Gaura, Gaura. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Gaura, Gaura. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Bolo Bolo Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Bolo Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
He's ready.
Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. Srila Guru Deva, Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe.
Namah Bhajami
Yasomati Nandana Prajapara Nagara Yasomati Nandana Prajapara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Kaliyadamana Vidana Kaliyadamana Vidana Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bara Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bara Vamshi Badana Suvachava Vamshi Badana Suvacha Vajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Vajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakala Nanda Godana Rakala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatkara Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatkara Sundara Nanda Gopala Sundara Nanda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasaratika Kripa Moya Rasaratika Kripa Moya Shri Radha Bala Vrindavana Natabara Shri Radha Bala Vrindavana Natabara Bhakti Vinoda Chaya Bhakti Vinoda Chaya Yasomati Nandana Prajapara Nagara Yasomati Nandana Prajapara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gokula Ranjana Kana Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvakacharya Astatara Satta Shri Srilan. His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvakacharya Astatara Satta Shri Sriman. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvakacharya Astatara Satta Shri Sriman. His Divine Grace Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Gurudeva Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shaima Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jamuna Maya Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Grantra Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Holy Disappearance Day of His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai, Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Gaur Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Today we'll be listening to a class given by His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, given here in Dallas on the 17th of November in the year 2000, on Prema Bhakti Chandrika, second stanza, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today we are continuing to speak on the song composed by Srila Narottam Das Thakur from Prem Bhakti Chandrika, the Guru Mahima that we sing every day. And as you see, we are on the second verse, so you can repeat after me. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitati Koriha Oikea Arana Koriha Maneas Sri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Uttamagati Ye Prasade Pude Sardaba Asha. Guru. The spiritual master. Mukha. Mouth. Padma. Lotus. Bhakya. Words. Chiteti. In the heart. Kordiya Aikya. Make one with. Ada. More. Na. Not. Koriha. Do. Mone. In the mind. Asa. Desires. Sri Guru. The spiritual master. Charane. Unto the lotus feet. Rati. Attachment. I. This. Say. That. Uttamagati. The highest goal. Jai Prasade. By whose mercy. Pude. Fulfills. Sarva. All. Asha. Desires. Translation. Make the teachings from the lotus mouth of the spiritual master one with your heart, and do not desire anything else. Attachment to the lotus feet of the spiritual master is the best means of spiritual advancement. By his mercy, all desires for spiritual perfection are fulfilled. The commentary is by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, so I will read it. Purport. The spiritual master instructs one in the loving devotional service of Sri Krishna. The instructions from the mouth of the spiritual master are very powerful. In other words, they are fully potent to enable one to achieve Lord Sri Krishna. The words of the spiritual master are in accordance with all revealed scriptures. Therefore, those who are eager to attain Sri Krishna should take the words of the spiritual master into their hearts as their life and soul. The word Vakya in this text refers to the instruction on Prema Rasa Tattva, the science of loving relationship in devotion to Krishna. The word Sakya refers to one's ability to obtain Krishna. Uttama Gati means the highest destination. Uttama Gati may also refer to the best out of all obtainable things, and that is Prema Seva, or service in love. Another reading of Chiteti Koriya Aikya is Hridhi Kori Maha Shakya. This means that whatever instructions the spiritual master gives to his disciples about their eternal constitutional relationship as that of a manjari, they should very keenly keep that within their heart. The word Sarva Asa indicates that one should be transcendentally greedy to achieve the loving service of Sri Sri Radha Krishna, such as massaging their feet or offering them chamara in a Vrindavan Nikunja grove decorated with jewels and pearls. With whomever the spiritual master is pleased, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna are also pleased. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasada. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one can attain the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, only by the mercy of the spiritual master is loving service to Sri Sri Radha Krishna attained. What comes to my mind, first of all, is what great fortune we all have that Krishna sent Prabhupada, and Prabhupada agreed to come to us and to deliver us this great wealth of Prema Rasa Tattva, the truth about the mellows of love. Prabhupada would often say, everyone is searching after love. But they do not know where to find it. The word tattva means truth. And this sort of truth is not used, the word is not used generally for a lesser type of truth, but it is used to indicate the highest truth. Or as the Bhagavad Gita makes clear, reality distinguished from illusion, that which is permanent. And in fact, when we think about love, we want it to last forever. And what makes it painful is that it does not do so. it becomes hampered. Of course, in loving dealings, there may be ups and downs. Is that the construction? Sri Rag. How come he's working so early? Isn't he hungry and wants some breakfast? I mean, if it was Sri Rag, I would be able to accommodate it. You should tell him that he may be feeling hungry for 30 minutes. Yeah. I recall, I already have written about this, but I'll repeat it. That one time I was walking in the park in Boston with my godbrother Vishnu John Swami, and we saw carved into a tree, "John loves Mary forever," forever, and a heart around it. And this is, what everybody expects, that they should be able to love someone forever. Because if you really love someone, the idea of separating from them is heartbreaking. And therefore we have our hearts constantly broken, because in this world there is no such thing as permanence. This is a very painful lesson, and it practically goes against everything that we desire. And there is a reason for it, because the soul is eternal. We are not temporary. And the desire to go on living is a constitutional nature of our existence. We are eternal spirit souls. So the idea of death is foreign to us, and it's not acceptable. So tattva means that truth which lasts beyond death, which survives death. And what is that truth? The truth of the mellows of love. So this love must be something that goes beyond death. And that is what Prabhupada came and brought us. That is actually what the Guru delivers. And therefore, it is said that the relationship with Krishna and with his servants is meant to be eternal. Once we had, I wrote about this, that we were sitting with Prabhupada in a darshan, and one devotee told Prabhupada that she had a dream in which all the devotees were like up on a cloud together, doing kirtan, and it was like eternal and the spiritual world. And Prabhupada commented that yes, we will all be together in the spiritual world. So this promise is made not just by us, but every religion makes this promise, which doesn't make it any less true. Maybe it makes it more true, if anything, that we shall all be together. Now, how will we be together? Together means within a relationship. One thing that together means is it doesn't mean merging. So we are not speaking of a togetherness in which there is the extinguishing of any, individuality. We are speaking of a togetherness which it means a oneness of purpose or oneness of mood. And what is that oneness of mood that unites the persons who live together in their spiritual world? For us, it is that we are all united in one act, which is loving service to Krishna. Krishna is that person who unites us. We all have this in common, right? Every one of us has a circle of persons whom he or she favors. But there's one common person that every one of us favors, and that is Krishna. Right? Each of us has wives, husbands, friends, etc., brothers, sisters, whatever. But we all have one common person that we all agree that we love, dear most of all, and that is Krishna. Just like, even though we love our family members so much, I suspect that on account of our training, when we reach the moment of death, who will we try to keep most in our minds? Krishna. This is what we are taught. And that person who teaches us becomes as dear to us as Krishna. Krishna Presta, very dearmost of Krishna. Why is the spiritual master so dear to Krishna, or why is the devotee, whoever is so dear to Krishna? Because he takes the order of Krishna as his life and soul. And what is that? Yare deki tare kaha Krishna upadesh. Amara agai guru hare tare desh. Yare deki tare kaha Krishna upadesh. He preaches the message of Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, in the 18th chapter, after all is said and done, what does Krishna finally say? Whoever explains this knowledge to my devotees is most dear to me. It is not by chance that, or it is not by, sometimes persons say that the purpose for which Prabhupada sent everyone out on Sankirtan was to raise money to fund our movement. But the real fact is that he did so because Krishna declares that whoever preaches this message is most dear. Now we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity every day of the year, but now especially we focus on the fact that it is the final month of the year, and it is a time when devotees distribute books. So, looking at this audience, I don't see very many persons who are likely to go out and sell books. However, I see a lot of people who make money. I see a lot of people who are making money. So, you have a choice. If you can't go out and sell books, then why don't you donate some money this month, and we'll place the books in libraries. We'll put them in high school libraries, junior high school libraries, hospitals. So many institutions will take books. If you personally feel, for whatever reason, doesn't matter, that you can't go out and distribute books, but you prefer to work and make money, then give some money, and we will use it that way. We can draw up a list of institutions, and we'll donate the books. And this way, you will fulfill this instruction. You will become most dear to Krishna. He says, whoever gives this knowledge to others is most dear to me. So this is a good suggestion, and I will request Indranil Amani to hound everybody here. Not hound them, but remind them of what was said on this day. That, okay, I'm not going to embarrass you and tell you to go out and Sankirtan with me. Just give some money from your work. And someone else can make up a list. We'll let Nityananda figure out who has some time to draw up the list. They can look up all the institutions. And then in the coming year, we will have the very nice pleasure of being able to go around to these institutions, or we'll mail them. We can mail the books just as well, or to present them. And who can say what children in their schools, high schools, junior high schools, will make use of them. The books will be in the library available. Prabhupada's books will be there. Otherwise they're not there now. Or in hospitals, people So many people have to be in the hospital room for days on end. Well, that's good. If someone who's inclined to be, to read the Bhagavad Gita, they'll be able to say, yes, we have a Bhagavad Gita here. Is that a good idea? Huh? Senior citizens? Prisoners? Right? Okay, so there's so many institutions, that's the point. Good. So, now, looking closely at this text, make the teachings from the lotus mouth of the spiritual master one with your heart. That's a very nice way of placing it. This is a beautiful verse, text, poetry, how Narottam Thakur says this. And one with your heart. The word chitteti. It's interesting because the chitta can also mean the mind or the heart. And in the system of understanding, whether you want to call it Vedic or Indian philosophy, whatever way you want to say it, the heart and the mind are considered to be not different. I mean, in Western philosophy, the mind is said to be a function of the brain, let's say. But in Indian philosophy, it's given a different location. The word for heart and mind, at least in the terms of this word chitta, is taken to be the same. And so, that's interesting, isn't it? Because everybody's always looking for the unity of mind and heart, or thoughts and feelings. And here we have a philosophical system that places them together. It says that they shouldn't be separated, and they can't be thought of as separate. So, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, make the words of the spiritual master one with your heart. Now, the heart is the most sacred of all parts of the body. The heart is such a special place, right? Everybody protects their heart. There's this, in a figurative sense, not just a physical sense. I mean, when people put on armor, they protect their head and their heart. That's the most important thing to do. So the heart, but even I think you protect your heart more than you protect your head. In a sense that you will watch television and so many things and ideas come inside and you think about them. But what you actually allow the feelings to repose upon, what you embrace with your feelings as your own, you're very selective and particular about. So Vishwanath Chakravarti and Narottam Das Thakur here is saying, make the teachings from the lotus mouth of the spiritual master one with your heart. In other words, these are what is supposed to be the prime possession of your heart. The words emanating from your spiritual master's mouth. Why? Because those words are directly coming from Krishna. We know what Krishna wants of us. We know what Krishna says because of how we listen to our spiritual master. We have that firm faith and trust that the spiritual master is a transparent via media and conveys to us what is in Krishna's heart. The heart of God comes to us through the words of our spiritual master. And therefore the words Uttamagati, which mean the supreme destination, or the best out of all obtainable things, here, Vishwanath Chakravarti says, is Prema Seva. Prema Seva. Seva, that's a very good name for someone, isn't it? Prema Seva. Maybe some lucky initiate will get that name. Or Prema, Prema Seva. So, Seva means serve, to serve someone. And what kind of service? Serve with love, or the service of love. Now, love takes a special shape. You don't love someone, for example, you don't love your car, or your wife, or husband, or son, or daughter, or father, or mother, or nation, or brother, or sister, or pizza, all in the same way. You love them all in a very different way. Each has their own type of mood. The type of love is different. So, we have to understand, therefore, what tattva, prema rasa tattva, the truth about the mellows of love. And we know from our reading in Nectar of Devotion, and by the way, there's a very nice book which Janava's Guru Maharaj has written now, called Waves of Devotion. Is it in the bookshop yet? No, maybe Janava's the distributor of it. She could be. But it is a very nice book which explains the nectar of devotion in so many different ways. It makes it more easy to understand. So, Prema Rasa Tattva, the truths about the mellows of prema, we have to learn from Rupa Goswami, Nectar of Devotion. The relationships that we see in this world of parents or lovers or the spouses, fraternal relationships of friendship, all of these are reflections of our potential relationships with Krishna. And particularly one of them is mentioned here by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. He says, the word sarva asha indicates that one should be transcendentally greedy to achieve the loving service of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. What is the highest desire? And how many desires does each one of us have? And because we may have many desires, our attention, our energy is not focused. And therefore we are not very successful as much as we would like to be. There's a reason why Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj carried this book only with him all the time. Because he understands Narottam Das Thakur and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur have only one desire. They don't have any other desire. You see, we are not like them. We have many desires. If I ask you to write down a list, starting with, you can prioritize with your desires, I guarantee you that there would be no hesitation in everybody here writing at least 100 items. And no doubt at the top would be Krishna consciousness. But I suspect that if you asked Narottam Das Thakur to make such a list, he would only put one thing. Certainly, yes, he would. He would only put one thing. And that one item is described here. What is that? What is that highest desire of all? Here it is mentioned. That, I will say it in two different ways. One way to say it is that the words of Guru, the instructions of my spiritual master, are my life and soul. And what are those instructions? That Vishwanath mentions here. He says, whatever instructions the spiritual master gives to his disciples about their eternal constitutional relationship as that of a manjari, they should very keenly keep that within their heart. That's what would be in his list. One item. Now, when we sit with our spiritual master, he gives us so many instructions. So how should we understand all those instructions? Are you saying that there's really only one? No, the fact is that the spiritual master has to give so many instructions because we're not ready to make this one instruction everything. Because we still have so much unfinished business in this world, the spiritual master has to give a lot of instructions. But actually there's only one instruction, finally, that has to be given, that you must learn to love Krishna. And in our line, that love for Krishna is embodied in Srimati Radharani. And so, because we understand that to serve the servant of Krishna is more pleasing to Krishna than to serve Krishna directly, we don't aspire or desire to serve Krishna. We desire to assist Srimati Radharani in her service to Krishna. And that's called manjari bhav, the emotion or mood of a manjari. Who are the manjaris? Just like, in a tulsi plant, right? There are tulsi patra, the tulsi leaves, and there are tulsi flowers that are called manjaris. And they're very delicate, aren't they? And the analogy is given by our acharyas that Krishna is like a honey bee, a black bee. Here sits Indranila Mani. Is that Indranila Mani or is that... Huh? She's listening very attentively. Close up. She gets a lot closer than anybody else. So, Krishna is like a black bumblebee. And he is flying around. And Radharani is like a golden creeper plant. And the bumblebee, Krishna, lands on this creeper of Radha. And Radha's friends, the gopis, are like so many leaves on this plant. And her assistants, who are different than her friends, they're like the manjaris, the flowers. So when a bee lands on a delicate plant, the whole plant shivers or trembles, right? Because of the weight. Some bees, here you don't see large bees, but I have seen in India that bumblebees are quite large. They're like this big. They're at least, they can be as up to, 2 inches. They're that big. And they hover just like a helicopter. I mean, they really they can buzz and and when they land, their weight literally can move the plant, the tender plant. So when the bumblebee, Krishna, lands on the plant, all the leaves tremble, and the flower trembles also. So if the flower is called a manjari, we understand that the maid servants of Radharani, her assistants who are not exactly like her friends, like Lalita and Vishaka and the other gopi friends, they're friends. But the manjaris are personal attendants or maid servants. And their mood is to assist Radharani. And everything that Radha experiences, they experience through her. And so if you think about this just in an objective way, you will realize that since Radha is she who pleases Krishna the most, and she is the, Mahabhav Swarup, she is the form of the highest emotional experiences. You can't possibly experience directly anything, even in your most perfect way, as Radharani can, because she is Krishna's own Shakti. She's his Lahadini Shakti. She is his pleasure potency. So, if you are searching for love and happiness and joy, if somehow you can connect to Srimati Radhika, then your pleasure will be far, far, far superior to anything that you could directly experience trying to be a servant of Krishna. I'm saying this in an objective way because the problem with this explanation is it sounds very fruitive. And a manjari doesn't have this fruitive nature. Somebody who is a manjari hasn't sat down in a Bhagavatam class and figured out that this is the best way to get more satisfaction. That's not how someone who is in the mood of a servant thinks. That's far too fruitive. But I still said, from an objective point of view, if one were arguing why is the position of a manjari the best, then we can explain it that way. But as far as what the mood of the manjari is, she doesn't think like that. She simply thinks that I simply want to, Radharani is all attractive and wonderful, and I want to offer service. I want to learn to love her and be her maidservant. And this opportunity is not just open to ladies, because we understand that the rishis who were present during the time of Lord Ram, they had such a desire. And they had their desire fulfilled by the grace of Ram to take their birth in the wombs of gopis and become gopis of Vrindavan. So, in other words, this has nothing to do with your present body. We are not talking about whether you have a lady's body or a man's body, because we're talking about a spiritual body. And the instruction coming from the spiritual master, which is meant to teach us, as it's mentioned here, Radha Krishna Seva, such as massaging their feet. Now you should understand the fortune of a pujari. Now, if you get this picture as we have been describing it, you should think that here is Radha and Krishna, and you could be massaging their feet, because one of the things you do in serving the deities is you hold their feet and you can give them a little massage. If you're a pujari and you're not doing it, you're a fool, because you could. Nobody's going to stop you. Krishna's not going to kick you away. And if he does, you're still fortunate. You got kicked by the lotus feet of Krishna. Massaging their feet or offering them a chamra, waving the chamra. In a Vrindavan Nikunja grove. Yeah, isn't it a Vrindavan Nikunja grove? Decorated with jewels and pearls. Well, they are. They're just carved in wood. You have to have some eyes to see. But that's what all of the ornaments are. Now here's your opportunity. So many of you, you all live here in Radhakalachandji Dham. I suspect that of the 50 odd persons sitting in this room, most of them are odd. because even though they live here, they don't do deity worship. That's amazing. It is amazing to me that anyone living in Kalachandji Dham doesn't at least once in a week get on the altar and get an opportunity to touch the feet of the deities and wave the chamra. If you say, I'm so busy, come on. Who could possibly argue that they don't have 30 minutes or an hour on a day off to, enlist and do some seva? But this is the goal. Everybody here works and banks money. Why do you bank money? For savings. Why do you have a savings account? Nobody here just has... We usually have a checking account and a savings account, right? At least that's in the old days. That's how they used to do it. The checking account is where you write your checks from to meet daily and monthly expenses. And your savings account is, you're saving up for something important. So, if you do a little bit of deity worship, this is, you're beginning to put emphasis on what should eventually become your only interest. You have to do this. You're a fool not to do this. You're a fool not to do this. Just see, you're being called a fool. And if you can't respond to being called, after being called a fool, and being given such encouraging words, apart from being called a fool, then I have to say, as a physician, that you may be suffering from a hardened heart. Just like some people have hardening of the arteries, varicose veins. This may be, a hardening. It may even be even more serious. If your veins get hardened in your legs, that's not a very good thing. But if your heart gets hardened, you're in trouble, big trouble. If these words have not penetrated your heart, then it means your heart was so hardened that you could not take the words of your guru and make them one with your heart. Sometimes people wonder why those who are dependent on them don't listen to them. Parents have this experience that when their children get older, they don't listen to the parents. Well, what do you think the guru experiences? If you think you've got troubles having a, 15, 18, 22, 24-year-old child, what do you think it's like having 45-year-old children? If you think that your children don't listen to you when they're 15, 18, or 20, you think about what it gets like when they get older than that. And then you wonder, I suspect that if the 45-year-old children would listen to their parents, there's a greater chance that the 20-year-old children might listen to theirs. By example, you would be showing. And maybe Krishna, even if the children didn't want to think about it, maybe Krishna would induce them. But if you yourselves don't listen, Krishna's just not, he's going to say, well, you're going to get just what you gave out. As you sow, so shall you reap. So, a little deity service goes a long way. Sorry to be using such tactics to try and persuade you. But what else can I do? Sitting here looking at the audience and knowing what I know. With whomever the spiritual master is pleased, Radha and Krishna are also pleased. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasada. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one can attain the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, only by the mercy of the spiritual master is the loving service to Radha and Krishna attained. Anyone have any questions or comments? Here it is. to love and devote oneself to the seva of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. That is the most important instruction of the spiritual master. If you do this, you know, the spiritual master's mission in life is successful. Prabhupada said if the guru can make one pure devotee disciple, the mission is successful. And what is the symptom of someone who has love for Radha and Krishna? Well, at least in our line, one of the symptoms is that they will be an ocean of mercy to others. Because you can't love Radha and Krishna without service to Nityananda and Chaitanya. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed this dual type of existence. He propagated the Sankirtan movement, and within he relished the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So the two are shown to go hand in hand.
The other gopis have manjaris, or does...
Yes, the other gopis have manjaris. But the followers of Srila Rupa Goswami, they want to be under the guidance of Rupa and Raghunath. So Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari, and Raghunath is Rati or Tulsi Manjari, and they are under the guidance of Lalita, but they are the Manjaris of Radha. So this is the line of a Rupa Nuga Vaishnava. When you say someone is a Rupa Nuga Vaishnava, this is the line. So they do have, all of the gopis have their assistants. But we want to be under Rupa and Raghunath. Under Rupa and Rati or Tulsi.
Krishna has pastimes in the spiritual world as a baby.
Yes.
Are there other babies? And what happens?
Krishna is said to have the, it's not exactly what you said that Krishna has, but Krishna is eternally a youth in Vrindavan, not a baby. But Mother Yasoda experiences Krishna as her child. But the pastimes of birth that were shown here in this world are Bhoma Lila. They only take place in this world. Well, however she maintains her mentality, Krishna is described, it's said in the Nectar devotion that he's eternally a youth. His eternal age is as a youth. How he adjusts things and in the minds of his devotees is another matter. But there are special lila or pastimes of Krishna that are only seen when he comes within this world. But somehow things can be adjusted. But his eternal youth is described to be his age. I agreed that he must have some sort of a childhood mood. But how it's adjusted, I will have to wait to... I'll communicate it to you sometime. Yes, Prajapati. You want to respond to that? Or Mahatma, can you give some clarification? I mean, I've heard it said that just like there are different chambers in a altar that you see, and similarly different rooms in a house, so the different leelas can go on simultaneously with Krishna in different ages. And Krishna can adjust all of that. I mean, I've heard that explanation. I have not read it anywhere in any scripture. But I've heard it described that way. And it is a fact that the Pushti Margis, or the followers of Vallabhacharya, worship Valagopal. They worship Krishna as a child. And surely they get changed up pretty heavily you know, if when they finally got to the spiritual world, that child they were worshipping was already grown up, they would have been cheated out of their desired object. So it must be that Krishna fulfills that desire and remains as a child. But the actual birth pastime certainly does not take place. But childhood does. But still it is said that he's in a, Kishore, his age. He and Radharani Kishori.
Prabhupada had the painting for the cover of the original Bhagavatam showing different leelas going on there in the
Really?
center of the lotus. The Dwarka Leela was there.
Where was this? And I don't think that was on the Bhagavatam cover.
Covered the original Bhagavatam.
No. Are you sure about that? I don't remember that. I remember the original Bhagavatam, but maybe you're right. But I think the only thing I remember is that there was it's similar to what we have on the new ones. I'm not sure about what you're saying. Maybe it's another picture you're thinking of. Because I think on the original Bhagavatam cover, the Vaikuntha Lokas were with four-armed Narayan, and then in Goloka, I thought there was only one. There was Radha and Krishna dancing in Goloka.
And another scene of Krishna.
Oh, a pastime scene in the background. Oh, maybe you're right. Now I remember that. Yeah, I think we could see a Bhagavatam cover. They must have pictures of it, the originals. This is a copy. This is a painting of the original one. If you just look at a new Bhagavatam, you'll get the picture. It's whatever it is, it's the same. So they didn't change it, they just copied Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. Another comment or question? Yes, again.
The associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu,
Yes.
they have also,
Yes, they are also there in the spiritual world.
they also have an identity in Goloka.
Oh yes. In the center of Goloka there's an island of Navadvip that is right in the middle of Goloka. It's at the heart of Goloka. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur has explained that those who are devotees of Lord Chaitanya and of Radha and Krishna can have simultaneously two forms: to be present in Lord Chaitanya's Leela and to be present in Radha Krishna's Leela at the same time. If they desire. Everything is by the individual's desire. If they have that desire, yes. Prabhupada, when he lectures, always lectures in a very broad way. He never directs people towards one rasa. And he never insinuates that there is only one relationship that everybody has, that everybody is a gopi. He doesn't say that. You look at all the lectures, although occasionally he does. Occasionally he'll say, our only desire is to join in the rasa dance with Krishna. And he does say that. There are times when he makes that statement. There are times when he speaks as a representative of the particular, he always speaks as a representative of some Sampradaya, but there's times in which he speaks particularly in this mood of what the Acharyas have, always emphasized, of following in the Madhurya Ras. Because that is the special quality that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought, is Madhurya Bhakti. And not just, he really especially emphasized Radha Krishna Leela. So sometimes Prabhupada does that, but at other times he speaks very neutrally, in a sense, encouraging anyone that you must have a relationship with Krishna, either as parent or lover or friend or servant. So I think that people who have joined our movement have many different relationships. Some of them are worshippers of Lakshmi Narayan, some are going to be devotees of Sitaram. Some of Krishna as a cowherd boy, as a friend, some with childhood Krishna. There will be that. Why not? Hare Krishna nourishes all of these. The chanting of Hare Krishna will nourish any one of these relationships. Okay, we'll stop here. So, thank you. I apologize that last night I did not show up at the program, but the jet lag started to attack me about 1 o'clock, and I was in a state of stunning and devastation. Unfortunately, it was not a transcendental symptom, but it was purely the result of my body fatigue. But I really wasn't in any condition to have been able. I actually was. It would have been impossible. I would have just been sitting there like a bump on the chair, and everybody would have been waiting for, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya. And this, there would have simply been a big silence coming out. So I thought it was better to let everybody have kirtan, and fortunately I got to bed early and got a good rest, so it seems like the mornings are stronger till you get over your jet lag. As it gets later in the day, it's more and more difficult. Okay? Thank you very much. I wonder what Lakshmi Priya is going to do with her library of videotapes. You realize that she's been taping for years and years? Do you keep all of these tapes? See, she's got, she's such a smart girl that she knows that one day I'm going to have the only library of all of these. Then I'm going to put a little turnstile in front of my house and have showings, and everybody will pay up. And this way I will support myself in my old age. I will live on the words of my spiritual master. Very good. It's very nice that you do this service. I always am very conscious of whatever I do because of your camera. It always brings out, whatever there is that's good, it comes out more because of the camera work. Okay, we'll say goodbye here to Devananda. Uh-oh, I may have pressed the wrong button. But Hare Krishna. Panchakalpatarubhaischa kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
going straight to Silva Luna now.
Oh, you really could. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm leaving right now.
Yeah, I heard you didn't clear it. Oh, good. Well, have a safe trip.
Thank you so much for
Love and respect. Look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, we'll talk very soon.
And you'll be back.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
So
nice.
for 3 weeks. And then April, going again for another 2 weeks.
Nothing better than this.
Yeah, that's such a great opportunity.
Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama. Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Om Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we'll get started with Srila Gurudev's kirtan, and then when everybody arrives, we'll start speaking. Just put the mic down a little bit. Thank you.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswamin Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama Om Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Desha Tarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Pracharine Shunyavadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Nitai, Nitai Gadadhar Shivasadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Nitai, Nitai Gaura, Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Chaitanya Nitai, Nitai Gadadhar Gaura, Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Jai Radha Kalachandji Jai Radha Govinda Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jai Subhadrama, Jai Gauranitai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Jaya Radha, Kalachanji Radha, Kalachanji Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Kalachanji Radha, Kalachanji Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Nilamadhava Radha, Nilamadhava Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Nilamadhava Radha, Nilamadhava Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Giridhari Radha, Giridhari Radhe, Giridhari. Jaya Radha, Giridhari Radha, Giridhari Radhe. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe, Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Radhe. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Rasa Bihari Radha, Rasa Bihari Radhe, Jaya. Jaya Radha, Rasa Bihari Radha, Rasa Bihari Radhe. Jaya Radha, Madhava Radha, Madhava Radhe. Jaya Radha, Madhava Radha, Madhava Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Vrindavana Dham, Jaya. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Vrindavana Dham, Jaya Krishna. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami, Nayana Patagami, Bhavatu me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami, Nayana Patagami, Bhavatu me. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Pancha Tattva, Jaya Pancha Tattva, Pancha Tattva, Jaya Pancha Tattva, Jaya Pancha Tattva. Jaya Pancha Tattva, Jaya Pancha Tattva, Pancha Tattva, Jaya Pancha Tattva, Jaya. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gauranga Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gauranga Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Jagat Guru. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Gurudeva, 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 Jaya Gurudeva. Jaya Gurudeva, 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 Jaya Gurudeva. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Mathura not Prabhu here? No, great Prabhu. The mic Prabhu. start speaking and words come to you.
Hare Krishna. So welcome everyone to the 21st anniversary of the departure of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj from this world. Sometimes we call it a celebration, and this might be confusing for some people to understand why we call it a celebration when it's somebody's departure from the world. And I remember when I first became a devotee, I was the same way. I was thinking, why do you call it a celebration? So it was explained to me that actually what we're celebrating is how that person lived, the legacy that that person left us with. And we know what an amazing legacy that Srila Gurudev has left us with. And I think if you tried to sum it up in one sentence, that would probably be impossible. But I think His Holiness Hridayananda Maharaj, I think he summed it up about as good as you can get in one sentence. He said, the golden thread of Tamal Krishna Goswami is interwoven throughout the entire fabric of ISKCON. So, I mean, that's about as good as you can get to explain his legacy. And also, Maharaj said that in the history of ISKCON, Srila Gurudev was in some way involved in almost every major event that occurred. He said the list of Srila Gurudev's accomplishments are so vast it would take weeks to describe them. So this is the legacy that Srila Gurudev has left us. And His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj said that Srila Gurudev was empowered by Srila Prabhupada to accomplish many, many difficult tasks. And there is so much more that even we do not know about. He said there were certain things only Tamal could do. And without a doubt, Srila Prabhupada has again called his right-hand man, Tamal Krishna Goswami, to another service to again do what only he can do. And then Maharaj went on to say, he said, so we can try to understand that the disciples and the spiritual master are never separated, because the spiritual master always keeps company with his disciple, as long as the disciple follows the instructions of the spiritual master. This type of association is called Vani, and the physical presence is called Vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master. And when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. He said Srila Prabhupada's disciples were already carrying out his instructions, but when Prabhupada left, they would have to do so without the Vapu, without the opportunity of regularly seeing and being with Srila Prabhupada. At first, this was very difficult for them to face, but those who were sincere soon realized that Srila Prabhupada had, upon his departure, given them the greatest gift of all, service and separation. He says that's the greatest gift of all. As Srila Gurudev said in his class this morning, we have to take the instructions of the spiritual master as our heart and soul. We have to make his instructions one within our heart. And I remember when I was growing up, I was a Baptist, and sometimes people would come and they would rededicate their lives to Jesus Christ. So this is a very good day for all of us to rededicate our lives to actually serving the instructions of the spiritual master and making that instruction our heart and soul. And I wanted to read an excerpt from Srila Gurudev's diary. And Srila Gurudev is saying that, yeah, we have the instructions, we have the books, classes and things, but still we miss the physical presence of the spiritual master. We miss Srila Gurudev so much. So I'm going to read this excerpt. It says, this is Srila Gurudev from his diary. 2 months after I learned of my father's demise, Prabhupada also departed from this world. Vaishnavas speak not of death, but of departure of the soul, nor do they consider that the body itself has life. It is the soul's presence which animates the body and gives it apparent life. The soul leaves, then enters another body appropriate to its consciousness. But Srila Prabhupada, a pure devotee, has no need to take another birth because his pure consciousness carried him back to Godhead. Yet this does not mitigate the grief one feels in separation. A year ago, I was walking in the hills of Santa Barbara. I suddenly became overwhelmed with feelings of intense separation. I was weeping walking, as one scholar calls it. And when I returned to that very spot the next day, the weeping began again. A flood of hot tears poured from my eyes, the kind a child feels when it is abandoned. I knew intellectually that this was not how it was, but no thought was able to console me at this time. As much as I had Prabhupada's words, a whole library of them at my reach, they could not replace him in exactly the same way his physical presence had been for me. Crying eased the pain of separation and soothed its jagged edges so it did not hurt so much. So we know that we also have Srila Gurudev's instructions and his books and classes, but still we miss him so much. We love him and miss him so much. So now we'll start to ask different devotees to come and speak. And so Rupanuga Prabhu, he's pointing at you and you're pointing at him. I said, he's pointing at you and you're pointing at him, so he...
Hare Krishna. There have been times when I guess I've heard from other devotees that things are just not the same since Prabhupada left. And somebody said that one time. I think a disciple of Prabhupada had come to visit with His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And this was a comment that this boy made when he came to see Gurudev, that things are just not the same since Prabhupada left. And so Gurudev's reply was, he's left? What do you mean he's left? He said, how do you think that things are going on as they are? That books are being distributed all over the world, and temples are being opened by his disciples and the disciples of his disciples. And so he says, I don't understand, the idea that he has left, because he hasn't left, he's still here. How could all these things be happening if he were not personally present? So that was some insight that Srila Gurudev had. How much time should I take? All morning? I don't think you have to worry about that. When you see that I don't have an outline in front of me, you don't have to worry too much about my taking too long. But anyhow, there were some other occasions in which Gurudev showed a certain amount of prescience. You know that word prescience means the ability to see things that are not ordinarily available to other people. Prescience, the ability to see out into the future. One of those occasions was one that Jivananda Prabhu, some of you know Jivananda Prabhu, he's one of the four fellows that came as Maturnath Prabhu and I did, and Radhanath Prabhu. Is Radhanath here? Okay, he will be. Huh? Anyhow, the four of us came from Tennessee in '79 for our initial visit to, it wasn't our initial visit, we'd been here before. But anyhow, we'd been here for some time, and Jivananda Prabhu was the senior among us in the sense that he had taken initiation. He and his wife had both taken initiation, and he had some experience dealing with the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party. He had opened a little warehouse in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he was living, had his home, and from there he would supply books to the traveling Sankirtan party at various places around the country. So, he had already had quite a bit of experience with devotees, and I had not, and I think Maternot had not had so much either at that time. So anyhow, we had a great deal of respect, and we owed quite a burden of debt to Jivananda Prabhu and Mother Bhakti Lata, who was together at the time. They were very substantial in their help in getting us to understand what practical devotional life was about. And they did it in such a nice way. This was back in Knoxville at the time. They did it in such a nice way that that we were attracted. To go back just a little bit further, and I'll get back to the point of how Srila Gurudev showed the ability to see into the future. But a little bit earlier, from the year 1973 to 1977, my wife and I had rather dropped out of society, and we were living up in the hills above Knoxville, Tennessee, in a little shanty had a spring down at the bottom of the hill from which we got our water, an outhouse that we went to, And so I had come to the conclusion after being out there for 4 years that we were not going to be able to begin a self-sufficient community. And at that time, I didn't have enough experience with devotional life to understand the importance of devotional life to keeping any community together, to getting it together and keeping it together. And so I decided at that time, and I was also, we made a trip up to New Vrindavan. They'd given me an armload of books that I brought back, and so I read the Bhagavad Gita then for the first time. It was probably 74, 75, something like that. And I came across a statement that, it's something like this, that it is better for one to perform one's own duty, even though it appear to be full of fault, than to try to perform that of another, even though it appear to be without fault. Safer to perform your own duty. And I got to thinking, well, here I am living, as just a very common laborer type person, and I've already gotten my degree. I've worked in the industry for some time, and we're not going anywhere here. So I sent out applications and got a job in town in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And it was about this time that when I went back to work, I'd been out for 4 years doing exactly what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. And now I was coming back in and having to deal with a group of people who had no concept of religious philosophy that they espoused. And I just, it was like I had to remain silent pretty much the whole time. So anyhow, it was at that time I began to pray fervently that Krishna, please allow me to have the association of your devotees. And it wasn't very long after that I made a call down to Mulberry, Tennessee, where there's a farm. Murari Sevak. And we were asking them, we didn't know how to offer our food properly, so we called down there and talked with them. And they said, oh, you must know Jim Champion over there in Knoxville. They realized, when I told them where I was from, that I was very close to Jivananda. At that time, we had no cell phones, no internet, and so I had to get a phone directory for the city of Knoxville and look through it and find his name and his telephone number. So I began calling, and after about 3 tries, I finally got somebody on the phone. This lady, I said, what's your name, please? She said, Barbara, in a nice southern Tennessee accent. So anyhow, it was that they had just come back from Gita Nagari, our community up in Pennsylvania, where they had taken first initiation from Srila Prabhupada. And so anyhow, so we got together with them and started having programs. We would swap visits, on a regular basis. And so when Tamal Krishna Goswami got ready to come up and see what was going on in Tennessee, he had heard that there were some families up there that were attracted to Krishna consciousness. And having been leading a bunch of brahmacharis and sannyasis, for so long, you might ask the question, why would he bother, trying to get attached householders to take up Krishna consciousness? But he just had that kind of foresight. He somehow or other he knew that that householders might be the ones who could help build a community, because he looked around and saw in America all the other religious organizations, and the way they were doing business was that everybody was out working at a job and supporting the church. And so he had that vision before others had it within ISKCON, or at least this is the way I understood it, that nobody else was thinking like they were thinking about. All right, if you're married, you come and you live in the men's ashram, your wife lives in the women's ashram, and you perform devotional service, and that's kind of the way it had been early on. If you read Shamasundar's book, Chasing the Rhino, your mouth drops open when you read what Mother Malati had to go through in those early days, especially when they went to London. So anyhow, Gurudev had this vision to understand what it was going to take to make a community work, and he caught a lot of flack for it. He was criticized a lot. Chakri, I'm sure, Prabhu, you're a godbrother of Gurudev's, and I'm sure you heard things that I did not hear from other people, saying, he's wrong, he's trying to take Prabhupada's place, and so many things were being said like that. So anyhow, when we got here to Dallas, and the four of us, and we didn't realize how conditions would be exactly. But anyhow, we kind of, as they say, backed our ears like the old mule does and pulled at the plow. And Jivananda was kind of helping Gurudev on a regular basis. So once Gurudev wanted to make a trip to Houston. And so he asked Jivananda to please set him up a schedule going to Houston. And Jivananda tried, and all flights were booked at the time that Srila Gurudev wanted to go. And so he came back up and told him, he says, Maharaj, I'm sorry, but there's no flights available. And Srila Gurudev said, no, go and try again. And let's just try it again. Give it a second try and see what happens. So Jivananda went, same thing. Came back up and told him, and he said, Maharaj, it's just not working. He says, you don't understand the way Krishna looks after his representative. You don't understand how things can change. He says, I want you to go back and try again and see if you can get me a flight. So same thing. He went back down and called, and again got the same kind of reply. And then the lady with whom he was talking said, "Oh, wait just a moment." And this was rather surprising to Jivananda. She says, "Someone has just canceled their flight, and there's a place open. Would you like to have that place?" And of course, Jivananda, he immediately took it and then went back upstairs quickly and says, "Maharaj, you'll never believe what happened. I was on the phone for the third time, and suddenly a seat became available." And he said, Srila Gurudev just looked up at him and smiled. And he said something about, you don't understand the potency of the spiritual master. Of course, Jivananda, Srila Gurudev was not the spiritual master, not the initiating spiritual master for Jivananda, but eventually he gave him second initiation, I understand. But this was something that was quite profound to Jivananda. It was surprising, and it was as though Gurudev was not at all surprised that Krishna made that arrangement for him. And there was another time when, a little bit later on, our temple president at the time got several of us involved in an effort to start a business of our own. And so he said something about I want you. There were 3 or 4, weren't there, Maturna, who were involved. Said, I want you to get this thing going. When you get things kind of set up, then I'm going to come in and join you. And so I was one of those who thought, well, I'm a householder. I've got to support my family. I've been working some with our Gurukula, and my wife at that time was also the headmaster or the principal for the Gurukula. And so I was helping out some, but I still had the responsibility for making a livelihood. So I would join in, and I was trying to help. And when Gurudev came back here to Dallas to visit and found out what we were doing, he said, Rupanuga, why have you given up your service to the Gurukula? And I said, well, Gurudev, our temple president, knows about this, knows the plan and everything. He said, but I can't understand why you would give up your service to the Gurukula. And so, okay, Srila Gurudev, I will take that back up. And so I just had to leave aside that possibility of a business. Well, I came to realize in later times that Gurudev could see much farther down the road than I could. And whether this business could have been really successful and really big, I don't know. But Gurudev knew my nature, and he knew that I was not a businessman. So he told me, he kind of shamed me into giving up that plan that we had, that I had to join with these others, and we were going to become, wealthy householders. And and then one of the other persons that was involved said, if he told me that I had to give up this plan, I would just have to say, I can't do it. I've got to go on with this plan. And I said, well, okay, I understand, but he told me to give it up. And I think you can see a little bit farther. As it turns out, it would have been a total disaster for me. I would have spent a lot of money and not have seen any results, because it's just not my nature to do business like that. So this was another time then that he could see much farther ahead than I could, and his advice was perfect. He told me what I should do, and he also at one point gave Jayanti the instruction that whatever you do, don't let the school close. And there were times when she would come home telling me about the teachers leaving, and there was no one but her left to teach at the school. And she had groups all the way from lower elementary on up into almost middle school age, I think. And so she had every reason to just throw up her hands and say, nobody's interested in this, I'm quitting. And I told her, I said, just tell them that, you're not going to do it. But she continued on, and now look at the state of the Gurukula. I'm not saying that Jayanti was responsible for that, but she did what Gurudev asked her to do. And she just kept it going. One last incident that I want to mention is the time that Gurudev was leaving Mayapur and headed back to Calcutta to catch a flight out. I think he had to go back to England to resume his work on his doctoral. And he had in the car with him, I think he had a couple that were, I believe they were from Australia. The young man that was there, I'm not sure whether he was a disciple of Gurudev, but the young woman, his wife, I believe was. From New Zealand, not Australia. Okay. So on the way, they came to a train crossing, and the bar was down. And so Gurudev asked the man who was riding the car. As I understand it, the driver is on the right-hand side in India. And so Gurudev was sitting in the back seat on the left hand. No, which side was he? He was on the left-hand side, and sitting in the front seat, I believe, was the young woman, and next to Gurudev in the back was her husband, this man. And so anyhow, her husband was here for some time after that fatal trip, and said that. Gurudev asked him to get out and go wake up the guy that raises the bar and lets him go through. He said something about, go open the gates to the heavenly kingdoms for me, or something like that. Which the man was thinking, he thought nothing of it. He just thought, this is a kind of a nice poetic way to say it. Go wake the guy and get him to open the gate. And then a little bit later on, when they were driving down the road, he said, they saw a very, very bright light coming directly at them. And the driver swerved off the road, and he said that Gurudev spoke out and said, "What are you doing?" And that's the moment at which the car hit the tree that was to take Gurudev's life, and the life of the young woman who was sitting in the front seat of the car. So it's as though, of course, I could be speculating a little bit here, but I guess I'm entitled to do that. It's as though Gurudev could see what was coming, that he knew that his time was about up, that he was going to have to leave. And so these are the kinds of things that some people say, well, Prabhupada did this and this and this. Prabhupada occasionally would show his aura. You remember that? When he was crossing the street with some devotees, and one of the devotees that was with him, one of his disciples, there was another old man who was crossing the street too, like an old worker of some kind. And he looked over and he said that the man said to him, "Look at that man. He's glowing." So that was one of the, and then another time, devotees say that Prabhupada was going up an escalator, I think, to get to a place where he was to give a program or something. Can't remember. And he said he watched and he saw that when Prabhupada came to the top of the escalator, he did not step out. He just kind of floated over to the place where the Vyasasana was and just sat down gently on it. So, these things are rather supernormal, supernatural to us. And we sometimes think, well, I wish I had been there when Prabhupada was there, because he was doing these unusual things. Other times when Prabhupada would stop talking and just become like stunned for a few moments or a minute or so, and that was not, and Prabhupada didn't do that. He tried, as I understand it, he tried to keep from showing these kinds of things because he did not want to look like Sahaja. So some people then say, well, too bad I didn't get to be there with Prabhupada, but we who were with Gurudev got to see glimpses of this. And Prabhupada was unordinary for our society, whereas on the other hand, Gurudev when he was dressed in a suit ready to go to China, looked like a businessman. He didn't look so extraordinary as Srila Prabhupada might have looked. And yet, even though we might feel like it would have been nice if I'd come just a little bit earlier, because I first heard about the devotees myself in '73. And that's the first time that I'd heard anything about devotees. And then I learned about Srila Prabhupada, and then, of course, in 1977, I gave up his body. And I thought I was on the planet at the same time a representative of Krishna was on the planet, and I missed it. I could have found out where Prabhupada was, but I was too busy trying to make a livelihood for my family, and it didn't occur to me that maybe Prabhupada was somewhere that I might be within my reach. So there were times, and I wonder, how would I have acted now if I had seen those extraordinary activities that were performed by Srila Prabhupada? And then something inside me says, why are you complaining, Rupananda? You were not ready to see Prabhupada. You were not even ready to see Gurudev when he came. And yet you did, and you got to spend some valuable time with him here in Dallas. What loss have you had to endure? And so today it kind of reminds me of those times that Gurudev showed some extraordinary potency, or I should say relationship with the Supreme Lord, because we understand that Krishna loves those persons who take the risk to try to represent him. And so Srila Gurudev was one of those risk takers. He started, he might not have started, but he was a great proponent of book distribution. And so he encouraged so many disciples. And I remember Narottam Prabhu saying at one time that while he was on the traveling Sankirtan, I think he was on the traveling Sankirtan party, or either he heard about it, that at one time devotees were, going out in vans and buses, and they were distributing enough literature and getting enough donations that they were sending $100,000 a month to the Book Trust in California. And so Srila Gurudev and a few others were like the mainstays. They were the ones that were heading up that effort. And that in itself should be proof to me that this is no ordinary person. This is very out of the ordinary, that a person could get a bunch of boys off the streets, out of the newly come to the temples, and take them out on the road and make them live in a very austere lifestyle, and at the same time collect enough money from the distribution of literature that, first of all, the main purpose was that the literatures got distributed all over this country. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of pieces of literature got distributed to the people of America. And Prabhupada said, he was expressing his indebtedness to America. He said, "You've given me all these young people to come and help me, and you've given us the opportunity to distribute the books and get this movement started worldwide." So it's as though people like Srila Gurudev and some of his godbrothers and godsisters were directed to come to Srila Prabhupada. And when they came, they just gave their lives up to him. And would I have been able to do that? Probably not. But Gurudev was even more merciful, we can say in a way, than Srila Prabhupada was. They say the farther you get away from Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, the greater the mercy becomes. I don't know if that's true or not. Is that true, Nityananda Prabhu? So it seems like because we took initiation from Tamal Krishna Goswami, we probably got some mercy that we could never have gotten with Srila Prabhupada. Even by the 1977 or 78, when we first met Tamal Krishna Goswami and Prabhupada had left, even before Prabhupada left, it was very difficult to get any kind of darshan, personal darshan with him, unless you happen to know somebody that could recommend you and get on like that. But since we got to know Tamal Krishna Goswami, and he was just getting things established here in Dallas, Maternat and I and Jivananda and Radhanath and others as well had a great deal of direct connection with him. And that was probably the best way that we would ever get to know Srila Prabhupada and get to know what we needed to do in our spiritual lives. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Rupanuga Prabhu Ki Jai. It's a good thing you didn't stay in the business. It failed anyway, Rupanuga. I said the business failed anyway, so it's a good thing you didn't stay in.
Well, the Hare Krishna business is not well.
Next, we'd like to ask Chakri Prabhu to say a few words.
Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pastaya Bhutale, Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Tinomane. Well, I was thinking about what to speak about, and then on the way here I just thought, well, I'll just mention how I met Srila Gurudev, and when I first met him. This was, I would say, approximately 1979. And the Radha Damodar party had ended. Of course, that's another story. I was on the Radha Damodar party, traveling around distributing books, and one time Gurudev came, and we all knew about him, that he was so special, that he was Prabhupada's servant and Prabhupada's closest disciple. So one day he came and he was in a van and he gave class to us, so that was so inspiring for us. So then after the Radha Damodar party ended, I think I was in St. Louis, or I was traveling with Ganapati Swami. He would travel and he would visit different universities, and we would do Harinam Sankirtan mostly, maybe some book distribution, but mostly chanting. So I was having some problems, so Ganapati Maharaj said, well, let's go see Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And I think it was St. Louis. Can't remember if it was either St. Louis or Chicago. So I went to see him there, and he sat on a nice Vyasa-san, and I spoke to him, and I just was really impressed with his spiritual presence. He was such a he had such a powerful spiritual presence. Like every time I ever saw him, I thought, wow, this devotee is, he's a pure devotee. He's with Krishna. He's in the spiritual world. So then I think I ended up in Chicago, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was, initially that was his zone. Everyone, all the different followers of Prabhupada, the senior members had different zones back then. So Chicago was his zone. But then he had some controversies, and then he was sent to China. So I thought, okay, I'll stay here in Chicago, but I didn't like it that much. Chicago's a pretty cold place, especially in the winter. So then, but then finally Gurudev came back. He came back from China, but Chicago was not going to be his zone. They kind of split up his zone a little bit, and he just had Texas. So, yeah, and then Jayapataka Maharaj came to Chicago also. He was there. I think that initially that became his zone. So I was spending some time with Jayapataka Maharaj, and actually I was becoming attracted to him also. So then it came a point where Gurudev, he asked a lot of the people that were that knew him when he had Chicago in his own, he asked them to come to Texas, to come to Dallas. So I had to make that decision. Am I going to stay in Chicago with Jayapataka Maharaj, or am I going to go to Dallas and be with Gurudev? So, yeah, I thought about it, but there was like no choice. I just knew I had to come and be with Srila Gurudev. So, yeah, I came here, and of course he was the inspiration behind building this whole project. And I was fortunate I could engage in helping him collect for this project. So, yeah, that's my story, how I came to associate with Srila Gurudev, and he was always very kind to me. I remember one day, I think I told this story before, but he came down from his room and he was going into the temple for darshan, and I just saw him, and I just felt this tremendous love for him. So he walked in and he saw the deities, and I promised I wouldn't cry. So anyway, he came out and then he said, see, like he could see what people were feeling. He was very sensitive person. So he knew he could see what I was feeling. So he just said, oh, we have to associate more. Come and take lunch with me sometimes and come be with me. So that's one thing I always remember. And yeah, a couple of weeks ago we were at Nandini's house. So she brought out this album. She's got this album of all these pictures of Gurudev. So it really jarred my memory, because actually, sometimes you don't even want to think about it. It's kind of painful when you think about it, but anyway, so we saw all these nice pictures. And yeah, so the next day I started listening to his lectures again. Sometimes I listen to his lectures. They're really nice. Like Gurudev, no one could explain things the way Gurudev did. He really had his own way of explaining things very deeply and very practically, so we could apply it in our lives. So he was speaking from, I think, the same book that they played today, I think Prarthana, and Prema Chandrika, right, yeah, by Narottam Das Thakur. So he said, when you reach a certain point, you're supposed to graduate and you're supposed to go to university, and he was kind of saying, you all should be ready to read these books of the six Goswamis. They've written so many books, Vidagdha Madhava and all these different books. And he said, you're all, maybe you're all a little slow learners, but, and I thought, well, he's just talking about me, here I am so many years in the movement, and I'm still not ready to read these books. So anyway, I felt that was, he's speaking to me that I have to be more serious in my Krishna consciousness. So anyway, that's the way Gurudev was. He was always trying to push us to be good devotees. He was the perfect example. His sadhana, his regulation, just the way he led his life was like perfect example for all of us. So, at least sometimes I get to associate with him in dreams. Every once in a while I'll have a dream of him. So at least I get his association that way. And they're always very, very meaningful very meaningful dreams. So one time I was in Los Angeles and I saw Gurudev. He was talking to someone, then I talked to him afterwards and I said, Gurudev, a lot of times I have dreams about you. And he turned to the other devotee and he said, oh, this devotee has a problem. I'm in his dreams. Anyway, so last night we came to the temple and someone said, oh, you know, someone's giving away those books, those Gurudev books. There's a beautiful book that has all these photos of Gurudev in it. It says Gurudev on the cover. So somehow we got one of those books, so I felt really fortunate to get one of those books just on the day before we're celebrating his disappearance. So what else can I say? I just feel like Gurudev's presence is still there and he's still available to us by praying to him, and his samadhi is still there, and I just pray that I can be what he would like me to be and just help him in his mission to help Srila Prabhupada. I can be somehow be an instrument in that way. Jai, Srila Gurudev ki Jai.
His Grace Chakri Prabhu ki Jai. If anyone would like a copy of those books, we have lots of them, so we can still give you one if you want. So next, ask His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu to speak.
Just noticed Prabhupada has Wolverine socks on. Those must be some warm ones. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kibasindhuvevaccha pratitalang pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Yeah, it's always difficult for me to figure out what to say, because, you know, once we've all told our pastime stories so many times, and to try and think of something that I hadn't thought of for a long time, it's really hard. But anyway, it was we had a just to see his preaching determination was very inspiring. At some point, I went traveling with him to Hong Kong, and we were going to go to India. But Indira Gandhi got killed. So because the devotees were considered to be like CIA agents and stuff like that still, you know, after all those years, Gurudev didn't want to go into India. They didn't want I don't think they wanted Americans in India at that time, because she had just been killed and stuff. So anyway, we're in Hong Kong. And I think at that time Vidagdha Madhava was there. And that's a whole other story. But he came in. Anybody been to the temple in Hong Kong? Anybody here? Yeah, Rupanuga. Anyway, there's a big glass door that you open to go into the temple once you come up the elevator and up the little step there. And Vidagdha didn't have his glasses on, he didn't see the window, and he smacked his head and broke the glass. So Gurudev really very humorously chastised him, because it was it's an expensive door, right? You know, those things are like an inch thick, you know. I don't know how he broke it with his head. But Gurudev went on and on, making fun of him and chastising him, made him collect to fix the window. But it was always amazing to see wherever he went, like there in Hong Kong. Is Padma here? Anybody from Hong Kong, maybe? But anyway, Gurudev had trained them up how to cook all these really nice Chinese dishes, vegetarian, to offer the Lord. So everywhere he went, it was always like, whichever culture it was like the cream of the crop, prasadam and stuff, But anyway, we ended up going with Giridhari Maharaj, and myself took a train inside China to, I think it's called Kowloon, one of the big cities. It took us, it was a bit of a train ride, and we got there, and this is thick China. There's no American, there's no English, we couldn't even get a taxi to a hotel for 45 minutes because nobody knew what we were talking about. So anyway, so Gurudev got there. I don't know how he got there before we did, but he was there at the hotel room. And we brought boga and potatoes and books and all kinds of things along with us with these massive suitcases that weighed hundreds of pounds. And so we just had kind of a really nice, I forget who cooked. I think it was Gurudev himself and Giridhari Maharaj who cooked. I helped cut up some stuff, and we just cooked, in this hotel room. And this devotee, Mr. Arjun, a friend of the temple, he was meeting Gurudev there because he had friends there that Gurudev was going to try and open up a restaurant. So we came there as like support services kind of, for him and Mr. Arjun. And so it's just, I wouldn't, who would have the nerve and the determination to go inside China? This is early, this is like 84 or something like that. It was so amazing just to see that they had planned this whole thing, and he had organized book distribution in Hong Kong, and they would go to this train station, which was the border of Hong Kong, because Hong Kong was still under British rule. And Gurudev had the devotees make these books that were small books, but they were like English, how to learn English books in the front into Chinese, And then the back part of the book was like one of the books, they had wrote like, whatever they had written, they had translated into. So they were distributing thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these books, because that border, we took that border with Giridhari Maharaj. And he and I got off this train, and we saw these hundreds of people running. And we're like, where's everybody going? And they were all running to get in line. We didn't realize we had never been there before. So we're carrying these huge suitcases. I mean, literally, those kind of with the four wheels on them, that they unwind and they get really huge. And they were full of books and pots, and they were so heavy we could barely do anything with them. So it took us like 2 hours to get through that line. And then we finally caught the train. And anyway, Gurudev, it was amazing how he was just flooding China with books. I mean, it's kind of like undercover. So we had our suitcases filled with those books. He asked us to bring a whole bunch of books. So we had hundreds of these books. And we went through to check through the security to go into China. And they check you to see what you're bringing in, right? And Giridhari Maharaj, he's over there with these two Chinese guards, making him laugh somehow. I don't know what kind of Chinese he knew at that point, but he was joking with these guys, and they didn't even check our bags. But anyway, it was just like this whole mystical experience going into China, because Gurudev said, let's go open it and see if we can open up a restaurant there. So that was pretty amazing. And of course he was, we had this office on Homan Tin Street. It was the original office, I think, that he got from Thakur Haridas, that when he had his business office there. But it was a wonderful experience being there in Hong Kong with him. We'd go for a japa walk on the beach every day in Chim Sat Sui, and is that what it's called? Chim Sat Sui? That one big huge area. And so it was like, his spirit of mission, of getting Prabhupada's mission done, was just perfect. It was just so much full of determination. Then we couldn't go to India, so we went to the Philippines. And Balaram received us there in the Philippines. We landed in Manila. And, Gurudev's influence was really wonderful. We didn't even have to go through customs. What country do you go to where you don't have to go through customs? So Balaram arranged for Gurudev to come through, and we flew with Giridhari Maharaj also, and it was an incredible experience just traveling with him and going and preaching everywhere with him. He met like the big cardinal named Jaime Sin, and we met some other priest, some big priest of the Catholic Church. It's huge there, it's all Catholic. And we had a meeting with this guy up in this tree house, this beautiful house built like 30 feet, something like that, 25 feet. Beautiful big home built in this tree, these two sections. So he met with this priest and spoke with him a long time and brought prasadam for everybody. He was always such a transcendental, giving people prasadam, kind of and he just knew how to deal with people and how to butter them up and how to and because he was a Westerner and he was a guru, these people were so receptive to him. It was just, I was always blown away by his ability to, somehow or other, the people would just become so receptive. Anyway, it was a really wonderful trip. I've told the story a million times of us sitting in his little nipa hut house, and Mahashringa, who just passed away like a year or two ago, was the person cultivating people there, and the Filipinos are like these really simple islanders. I think they're the most simple people I've ever met, really sweet, simple people. And Gurudev would meet with them all day long, and they would discuss Krishna, and Gurudev would try to determine who he was going to initiate, and they didn't know anything. He would ask them, who is Krishna's father? And they would smile. They didn't know. Who is Krishna's mother? They would just smile. They didn't know. Who's Krishna's brother? And then they'd say, who is Krishna? Who Gurudev would ask me. They'd say, oh, he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It was like, and every one of them was like that. They were so simple. And he asked Mahashringa, how are these people going to make it? They don't know anything. He was so concerned because they're all coming, And he did a beautiful installation of these beautiful Gaurnatai deities there in Cebu. And it was always just so much excitement being with him preaching, you know what I mean? He was always having programs and going here and going there. So his, that was his life, preaching for Prabhupada. And so anyway, what I was thinking of earlier, I won't go too much longer. It was more like I was reading the story of Bhishma Dev leaving his body, and in there it's talking about him being a Mahajan in those verses. So it mentions some of the other Mahajans. Mahajans are the authorities of devotional service in the universe. And in that description, it described how because they were Mahajans because they had a relationship with the Lord. So we could see Gurudev's relationship with Prabhupada because Prabhupada is one of the Lord's eternal associates, and he came and spread Krishna consciousness, and Gurudev helped him so much. So we can accept him as one of our ISKCON Mahajans. Because of that relationship with Prabhupada. It was no cheap thing to have a relationship with Prabhupada. We're talking about Guru Kripa Maharaj, the interview that he gave, and he said he was emphasizing how you can't just have some lightweight relationship with Prabhupada. It was so intense to be with Prabhupada, because once you accepted him as your spiritual master, he would chastise you regularly to keep your mind in place, to train you, you know. So Gurudev, we've listened to his remembrances of Prabhupada so much, he got chastised lots of times. But that was the idea, that if you wanted to come close to this powerful, pure devotee person, you had to become qualified. You weren't, not just anybody could walk in and be with Prabhupada. It wasn't like that at all. I mean, he was very affectionate with everybody. But to be one of those persons who was with Prabhupada all the time, and who could actually serve Prabhupada's personal desires. I mean, his general desires were serving, distributing books and preaching, but when it came time to Prabhupada's personal way of conducting the mission, he was there. So, you know, we're very fortunate that we had his association, that he was so deeply connected to Srila Prabhupada. And his love for Prabhupada was so deep that he was also one of those loving persons. So we may sometimes hear in our appreciations of him, where there's no philosophy, hardly. It's all just affectionate offerings, right? Affectionate remembrances. But that's the goal. When we get initiated, what are we doing? We're supposed to chant Hare Krishna without offense, so that we get prema, so that we get love, right? So at least we can develop that surrender to the Guru and develop that love by that service. And our chanting will mature according to that relationship also. That's kind of what I want to say. Hare Krishna. Srila Gurudev ki jai.
His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu ki jai. Next, I'd like to ask Nityananda Prabhu to say something. Once Srila Gurudev asked Vidagdha Madhava to be a servant, and so he told Vidagdha that, look, after I eat lunch, I like to take a nap. And Vidagdha said, me and you going to get along fine, Srila Gurudev. I like to take naps too. So that was Vidagdha Madhava.
Yeah. Some of you may not know this, but when he left his body, we did the cremation. And then what to do with the ashes, right? So, you know what had happened? We had passed away on that street right here in Beacon, on Graham. It was on Graham. Right. It's this side, right? So anyway, yeah. Anyway, so the question became what to do with the ashes, you know? So he had told me something at one time. There's a tree behind Mathuranath Prabhu's house, right next to the... and he says, you know, I'd like to one day sleep here and leave my body. And I said, wow, what an amazing thought, right? Then I thought, when the time came to do the ashes, I took the ashes to Vrindavan and did the ashes. But I took a portion and put it right there. Just to satisfy him. So it's still there, those ashes are still there. Amazing person, Vidagdha Madhava Prabhu. Anyway, I'm not going to speak much about Gurudev so much, but two things I wanted to say today that I think Gurudev would have been very happy, like Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu said, we're doing something new. He liked doing new things, starting things that people at the time thought, nah, it's not going to work, it's crazy, why is he doing that? Later on realized like, wow, I mean, you know, he set up a Grihastha community when actually it was a time for brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, right? And things like that. So this morning at 4 o'clock, one of our wonderful devotees, his name is Gadai Gauranga Prabhu. How many of you know Gadai Gauranga? Nice, some of you do know him. He's a disciple of Prabhupada Maharaj. He's in our community. He lives up in the north. He and his wife's a nice Russian devotee. She's second initiated. She serves on the altar, I think those who are pujaris would know her. They gave birth to a boy this morning, 4 o'clock this morning, child was born. I think Gurudev would be very happy to know that, you know. I remember once some person had just joined our community and Giridhari Maharaj was here, and he would say, Gurudev would say, one more warm body will change the community. Just one more warm body will change the community. It's actually true, right? Everybody is so important. There is nobody who is unimportant. Everybody is so important that one person changes the whole community. So that's very good news. And the other one was that some of you might remember Jagannath Prabhu, anybody? Big boy. He used to, Jagannath, his name was Jagannath. At FOJ, he would come and do the astrological readings. Anybody remember that? A big guy, really big guy. Sorry? Yeah, his father's name is Mangalananda, who's Prabhupada's deceived godbrother. Such a nice, and father and son look like, face to face, look like twin brothers or something, you know, but they look alike, you know. So he's written a wonderful book, and I'm hoping to get that book soon, on Parashurama, Lord Parashurama, and how he was, who he was in his previous life, how he got the boon, and how he became, and then what happened. And in that story, some of the things that Srila Prabhupada told us that people were thinking, wow, how could this be? And they never heard any acharya say it or any book. He explains in the book, in that pastime, what happened, that what Srila Prabhupada said was absolutely correct. I'll give you an example. At the time, we thought, well, Lord Ganesh is a demigod, right? It's not so important that we worry about demigods. You know, you just worship Krishna, don't worry about the demigods. Then, in the Nectar of Devotion, Prabhupada writes that one should worship Lord Ganesha so that all the obstacles to Krishna consciousness can be removed, right? He says that in the Nectar of Devotion. So it's like comes as a shock to a lot of us that, you know, we're thinking, whoa, 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 you know, not even Lord Shiva, right? What about Ganesh, you know? And then we hear later on that how he draws his power from Lord Nrsingadev. The Lord Ganesh actually draws his power from the tumalai of, he puts him on his, he puts his tumalai, his tusks, under Lord Nrsingadev's feet, draws the energy, and then blesses the whole creation with that energy, right? It was, you know, a very nice devotee was saying once that if Lord Ganesh, you know, has a, what do they call it, has a cough, if he coughs loudly, a whole planet can get destroyed. That's how powerful the guy is, you know, like that. So in this pastime, he shows how that boon came, where that boon came from to Lord Ganesh, that he would be able to help devotees overcome their obstacles to loving Krishna. What a great thing to know, right? He's such a sweet personality anyway, you know, like that. So things like that. So I thought I'd just say that to you on today's disappearance, because really for me it's not, I cannot think about Gurudev leaving, it's just too painful. It's like Chakri Prabhu was saying, you know, you start crying and everything, you can't hold your emotions, you know. So I prefer not to think about it. I just think to myself that he's still here with us, and if he wasn't with us, I know, and I know a lot of you would feel the same, would not be doing what we are doing today. It is his presence today that makes this temple an amazing temple. It makes it a special temple. Otherwise, I hear these from people all the time. This is like one of the best temples we've been to. It's one of the greatest temples. I think to myself, wow, how can that be? You know, it's not possible knowing all the things that I know about what's going on in Dallas and things like that. You wonder, how can that be, right? But they feel the energy of Srila Prabhupada, who actually installed these deities. These deities were personally installed by Srila Prabhupada. And then this temple was set up by Srila Gurudev and the team of devotees like all of you who came here and helped him do that, right? Served. This is the power, this is the energy. That's what runs a temple. That's what runs devotional service. And it's like Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu was saying. You chant Hare Krishna, you read the books. Why? For love. This Hare Krishna movement is love parading as a philosophy. But it's the love that's there. The philosophy is just how it's parading. It's just like you wear, you know, a brown sweater. It doesn't make you a brownie. You know, it doesn't make you a brown sweater. So in that way, today we honor the memory of Srila Gurudev being here with us and at other places in the world, particularly to stay with us and not leave us, to always stay with us, always bless us, so that we can continue this wonderful service to him. Thank you all very much. Srila Gurudeva ki jai.
His Grace Nityananda Prabhu ki jai. So now I'd like to ask maybe some of the Madhujis. Mother Jayanti, would you like to speak? Or, okay. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. This is my home. And you are my family. And that's the way I have always felt since I came to this temple. It's the warmest spot that I ever go in my heart. I go to visit my family that I grew up with, and I don't have the feelings for them that I have for you, because I share with you the love that we all have for each other, for Krishna, and for our spiritual masters. That makes life very pleasant. And I wouldn't want to live anywhere else except right here in this community, unless I'm in the spiritual world with all of you. I was thinking a few minutes ago of the situation that I found myself in when I came here to this community. It was difficult because it was very austere at the time. And any of you who came in the early 70s know that. It was not an easy place to settle and raise a family. And I already had a family at that time. Rupanuga Prabhu and myself had 3 children when we came here. So we were well established as far as a family goes at that time. And to live in the conditions that we lived in would not have been difficult if it had been in a situation that was not so unfamiliar to me at the time. We had lived, my husband was telling earlier that we had lived in a little shanty in Tennessee and didn't have running water in the house, didn't have a bathroom in the house. And that was not a problem. And we heated our house with wood that we cut. But that was not a problem at that time because it was somewhat familiar. But to move into a community that had completely different ideas than I grew up with and a completely different culture was quite scary. Unsettling at the time. But as time went on, I saw that Srila Gurudev took the problems that I was dealing with at that time, and he used those problems in ways to help me to become more comfortable in the community. First off was the situation that most of the devotee women in this community were going out on Sankirtan. They were distributing records, incense, mostly paraphernalia like that rather than books at that time. And I was not at all comfortable with that idea, especially with leaving my children, who were very small at the time. I was not comfortable with that idea. So instead, Srila Gurudev engaged me in a situation that was very comfortable to my heart, and that was in the Gurukul. So I was able to be with my children during the day when they were there, and then with them in the evenings when I went home. I was also able to be with other children who I loved and cherished as much as my own, to take care of them as well, and to try to give them whatever I could of the knowledge that I and the other teachers could share with them. He also helped to situate me nicely in some of the cultural things that I did as a child growing up, and that was that my family celebrated Christmas. And to my mother, Christmas was one of the biggest holidays of the year. It was like Janmashtami for all of the Indian community. It was, and Diwali. It was the big celebration of the year. And she loved it. And she drilled that into me. So I loved the decorations. I loved the whole atmosphere of Christmas. And so as time went on, Srila Gurudev came over to my house one day, and it was right close to Christmas time, and he was going to have a meal at our house. And I had my Christmas tree up in the living room, which I always did from the time we first moved here. Each year we had Christmas at my home. I didn't spread it out into the community, but it was at our home. And so we had the Christmas tree up, and Srila Gurudev came, and he said, "You know, I've been thinking, I want to have a party for my professors at the university. And maybe you and Leela could maybe decorate for that party. We'll have a Christmas party. You can bring your Christmas tree over." This is a man who was raised, maybe I shouldn't say he was raised Jewish, because he was not. He was from a Jewish family. But as far as I know, his mother was not an active participant of the Jewish faith. But nonetheless, it was very interesting to see him taking on, or at least allowing himself to participate a little bit in Christmas just to engage me, because he knew that that's something that would help me. So that's what we did. I think Leela and myself spent quite a few days planning and coordinating and decorating and helping to establish a menu for all of the professors and their wives who came to the restaurant that year. And there were different ways that we were able to be engaged and dovetail something that was, to me, for me, a very materialistic thing into something that was spiritual, by serving my spiritual master in a way that he could celebrate with his professors and to encourage them in Krishna consciousness. So I think Srila Gurudev had that ability to take whatever shortcomings I had. I was not a very philosophical person. I still find it difficult to read philosophy and to read books that that Prabhupada has written, or that are written by other devotees that are filled with the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. I'm a story person. I want to hear a story. So he knew how simple I operated. And he was able to take that simplicity, and yet somehow or other, he was able to take my simplicity and engage it in service to Krishna. And so for that, I am so thankful that my spiritual master is Tamal Krishna Goswami. Hare Krishna.
Her Grace Mother Jayanti Prabhu Ki Jai. So, Mother Jayashree, would you like to speak a bit? Mother Jayanti, I think he also, all the professors that came and everything, he gave them a gift, a basket of sweets, right? Each person. He was the expert host, Srila Gurudev was.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine. I was not expecting to speak. I thought we had to give our names, and I didn't submit my name. So I'll see if I can say a little something from the heart, which is how Gurudev really appreciated. He loved the improv offerings during his Vyasa Puja. I was just thinking about numbers, right? Like, I think you mentioned it's been 21 years. So we're celebrating the 21st anniversary of his disappearance day. And I knew him for 7 years in presence. So it's been like 3 times as long that he's been gone that I was in his presence. And I can't think of anyone else in my life that was that influential to be there for such a short period of time in the bigger scheme of things and still have such a big impact on my life. Like, I was thinking about, there's so many things, so many stories running through my head and so many things that I can share, but I'm trying to like make it make sense and still be short, right? But I was just thinking, like, through the difficult times of the pandemic, I had the pleasure and honor and blessing to still be able to come to the temple and dress the deities and give Srimad Bhagavatam class. And that's because, you know, so many years ago, it's like, what, 21 plus 7, 28, 29 years ago, Gurudev accepted me as his disciple. And because of that, I'm in this legacy of his, right? And we've talked about how much he's done for ISKCON, but really when I come down to the personal matter, it's how much he's done for me, for us, for this community, because this community is here because of him. You know, my life has been so much, it's like so same and then so different, because, you know, I trained to be a physician and I'm now currently teaching at the Gurukul, which is under his name, TKG Academy. And that was not something I'd ever planned or expected in my life. And yet, he's still taking care of me when in this time of like turmoil and need and trying to figure out what's my service. He said, try this out. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I know that, you know, in some ways, I've shared this before in previous disappearance days, is that in some ways, I feel closer to him now than I did when he was actually physically present, because I was so young and I was so awestruck by him that I didn't really listen or pay attention to the instructions and to who he was and the greatness of the man that he was. But by listening to his lectures, by associating with all of my god brothers and god sisters and all of his god brothers and god sisters and their disciples, I'm able to get a better, clearer picture of him and see how he's guiding my life every single day. And it's beyond words. I can't imagine any other person having such a big impact on my life and continuing to have a big impact on my life. Another number, it's almost that 7 years that he was present in my life is a little less than 1/7 of my life. So it's like, again, such a small amount of time, and yet it makes such a big impact. So I think that's really what I think about when I'm thinking here. And, you know, I'm going to share one last story, which is kind of really crazy. So I've been rearranging my house, and I had listed this beanbag chair on Facebook Marketplace to sell, and I listed it a couple of weeks ago. Somebody contacted me last night to buy it, and they're like, can I come pick it up in the morning? And I'm thinking, well, I have to get ready to go to, you know, this program, but I was like, sure, I'll figure this out. Yeah, sure, come pick it up in the morning if you can get here before 10. And usually on Facebook Marketplace, what I do is I give them the address of the temple, and then from once they're like for sure coming, then I give them my home address, right? So it's just a little safety. So I'd give them the address here so that they could come, like at least map out how long it's going to take them and let me know. And then as they were getting closer, I gave them my address. But apparently she had pulled up here and she saw someone and she's like, oh, are you Jayshree? And they were like, oh no, but she lives really close. And she was like, wait, how does this person know Jayshree at a restaurant? And, you know, it's this house, and she was telling me this story, and I just laughed, and I'm like, you know, that is exactly Gurudev's legacy, because it's like, I have this community, I'm part of this community that you can just pull up to the restaurant and ask, do you know Jayshree? And somebody will be like, oh yeah, sure, you know, she doesn't live too far from here. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for accepting me as your daughter and disciple. I am forever grateful, and I can never repay that debt that I have to you. So, Hare Krishna.
Our Grace Mother Jayshree Radhe Ki Jai. Gopal Prabhu? No, Mother Nandini, do you want to speak? Oh, see, Gopal Prabhu? Would you like to say something? I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't. It's either you or I'm putting Rodnath on the spot, one of the two. Who else is there? Oh, Mother Dira. Sorry, Mother Dira Lita Ki Jai.
Stand up. Yes, I'm going to stand before the devotees. Hare Krishna, everyone. I saw prasadam, so I thought of Gurudev. I'm just going to be a moment because I want the preparation I made, I wanted to go in front of him. I want to share something with you. It seems like all the time, like my god sister says, somebody is reminding you of Gurudev. This is like a very difficult day for me because I still can't believe it. But somebody, I don't know why, yesterday somebody just was giving me a ride home and explained to me about the accident. I can't believe, and was letting me know about it because I hadn't put that in my mind. And they were saying in this particular area where the accident was, it's very, very busy. And they showed me, they say, now look at this streets that we're driving down. Lots of people are driving down there. And most people are driving very fast in India. And this is the only way that you can get into India. I can't remember the names he said, but it brought some peace, a little peace to my mind. He said, I've been down that street too in India, going to India, and it's so fast. And he says, so many people have accidents on that street. And think about the hospitals. The hospitals are not like the hospitals here. So that helped me a little bit in getting a little peace. But every day when I get the opportunity to come to the temple, I always look up at Gurudev's window. It's like ingrained in me. It's such a habit that I just do it. And then I look over to the Samadhi. Everything is reminding me of Gurudev. Each one of you in here, I look at the students and I remember how Gurudev said, make sweets and give it to the children. And the children are still coming to the majority room door saying, putting their hand out. It's just that, and I know what I have to do. They don't have to say anything. No, I want a rasagula. And some of those students are taller than me. And it seems like it is my purpose to hand that prasadam to each one of you. Don't be afraid to knock on the Pajori room and get some sweets, little ones over here. Teachers, make sure they get Mahaprasadam. Make sure the sweets. We're making more sweets so they can get more. And so I feel like that is my purpose, is to come out in the temple room and give out Mahaprasadam, sweets to anybody who wants it. And it's because of all of you. Your voice, when you say, oh, that's good, or, dear Lolita, it's not enough sugar. Sometimes I think I'm cooking for everybody's taste, but I can't. I can only do it for the Guru and Krishna, and then we accept it. But I wanted to share that with you, that as I've heard several people say, it is very difficult, but I feel that Gurudev is with me in the heart. And I know that because I see each one of you. And you say, Hare Krishna, Hare Bo, or you take a sweet. So thank you so much, family. I might not know your name, but I know who you are. Thank you so much, God, brothers and sisters and little ones.
Her Grace Mother Dear Lalita Prabhu Ki Jai. So did Mother Nandini come back into the temple room? No. Gopal Prabhu? When Srila Gurudev would leave to leave Dallas, sometimes he would drive once around the temple, circumambulate the block, and then when he would come back around, he would hold his garland out the window, and all the boys and girls would run like crazy trying to see who's going to get his garland. And sometimes he'd go almost all the way to the bank, and then he would throw the garland up, and then they'd fight over it, trying to figure out who's going to get Srila Gurudev's garland.
You want to speak?
So,
all right. Hare Krishna. You know, I was just when listening. Who heard the class this morning, given in the temple room? Maybe several of you did. Probably many of you didn't. But in regards to that class, some things that struck me. First of all, it was so classic Srila Gurudev, the way he preached certain points, and it seems so pertinent for all time. You know, he made a couple of points about the effort of preaching in this Krishna consciousness movement, and through the preaching effort, how you can also obtain the pure love for Krishna is one of the methods used for reaching that goal, and he used the example of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That he simultaneously preached and inaugurated the Krishna consciousness movement while he enjoyed Madhurya Bhav. So Gurudev also stressed how we have such a great opportunity in our participation in this movement that it's been said that we can directly preach, we can support the preaching. In fact, he kind of made a issue of the majority of devotees like myself calling us fools for not participating in certain aspects. And one of them also was that he stressed that every single person in the community should find amount of time that at least once a week they can serve our deity in Radha Kala Chanji. He says you can touch their lotus feet, you can massage their lotus feet. And in this way, he's given us the clue that every one of us that we're trying to achieve in our life, and that's to be happy. And the method of being happy is by pleasing Guru and pleasing Krishna. And that happiness will culminate in pure love for Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. So I think that for myself, I listen to these, I hear the little bits and pieces of Srila Gurudev's throughout the years in his preaching, and I try to cling to, the little things that sometimes will slip by my mind if you're just nonchalantly accepting your participation in Krishna consciousness. But if you want to further yourself, I'm just always so appreciative that he gives us, and every time he speaks, we can hear the little clues of how he is where he is, and how we can obtain. Of course, he was also making it a point that, we're not seeing these things as fruitive. We want to, we want to achieve them because of our sincerity to please Guru and Krishna. But he gives us the clues within that, those means. So anyways, I've probably said over the years all of the little tidbits of association, pastimes, different things that I've had opportunities to get his merciful association and service towards him. Maybe I can recall something just to, as you can see, I thought I was walking in the temple room as we were going to be walking out to the Samadhi for the next aspect. Not that I was trying to avoid, but I actually was doing some service up until now. But anyways, I like to remember, I'm not really good at speaking, as I remember the first time I went, or the only time I went to Hong Kong to assist in some of the Srila Gurudev's efforts in legalizing ISKCON in Hong Kong. I remember the first time I gave a class. There's a little tiny room, the temple room, maybe about a third the size of this temple room. And Srila Gurudev had a door right off there on the side. I was sitting here, there's his door, and there's a big cloth over the door, and of course the door was closed. And I was giving the class, and then right in the middle, about a third of the way through the class, I heard the door swing open. The curtain was still down, but immediately it was like, oh my God, what can I possibly say now that will have any pertinence when in front of the pure devotee, in front of my spiritual master. So I kind of I fumbled through a few more minutes and maybe asked for some questions. And finished. And then I thought, well, I'll go on now with what I have to do. And then somebody called, Gurudev wants to see you in his room. So I go in there, he just looks at me and says, Gopal, when are you going to get it together? But I appreciated that. I appreciate that. So I always think of that anytime I get up in front of devotees, that, well, pretty much with everything that I do, I think it reminds me of my efforts to serve Gurudev and how, coming into Krishna consciousness. I remember early on in the early years going to Srila Gurudev's room and saying, I feel fairly competent to do so many things, but nobody's really engaging me, Srila Gurudev. He said, and he was like, don't worry, Gopal, we'll find a place for you. We'll get it figured out. But then as the years went on, I started to think more and more, man, I'm so incompetent to do anything here. But so he I always appreciated it. He taught me so many tiny little things that to me made a big impact on what we're supposed to be doing in our Krishna consciousness to make everything as perfect. When we serve here with the deity without our guru, I'll think back of how this same service, if I were doing it for Srila Gurudev, what would he expect from it? And that changes the way that I see the service that I have to do in his absence, because I realize that it has to be up to a standard that he always asked for. So many little things. I won't take any more time, but he taught how to fold a towel, how to fold his dhoti, how to dye his clothes. Every little thing meant something to him. It wasn't just get it done and move on to the next thing. Anyways, I don't know if anything I said had any value right now, but I appreciate being able to come up here and attempt to get it together. So, Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
His Grace Gopal Prabhu Ki Jai. Whenever Srila Gurudev would be in Houston, Gopal Prabhu was his personal servant for so long. So he had lots of association with Srila Gurudev. So next, Mother Nadine, would you like to speak?
Namam Vishnuvaraya Krishna Vishaya Bhutale Shimate Namal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. So I will be very brief. I just wanted to share a few things, commenting on what Jayanti and so many have said, that Srila Gurudev was so expert at knowing the nature of not only each of his disciples, but of everyone that crossed his path. He knew exactly how to fan that spark. He knew just how to engage us according to our nature to fan the spark of our Krishna consciousness. So, I have just a few memories that I don't know if I've shared before, but when Srila Gurudev came to our home when we had moved to California, actually before we even moved, he was just eking out that intense love from our hearts. He wanted to make sure that we would not falter. He wanted to make sure that our Krishna consciousness, what he'd given us, that little bit, we were so neophyte. I hear Gopal saying, I'm just so neophyte. But he was spent hours with us when my husband had got this contract to move out to California. So at any rate, when we moved there, I started having preaching programs at the home to get association. Berkeley was our home temple, but Gurudev came. He came and stayed in our home. He brought his Radha Damodar deities and bathed and dressed them in our home. He
he would sit in the rocking chair in our backyard and read, and we would sit there and he'd read aloud to us. He would have my husband bring him hot milk and massage him. He was just coming there. I think we took initiation, in 93. We moved to California in 96. So, we're just babies. And so that's the nature of the pure devotee, who is so compassionate on someone so fallen, like my husband and myself. He came to give his love and association, and the memories are just really touched my heart. So I just wanted to share a couple of quick things, very, very quickly, that Mathuranath mentioned some memories from the homages that were given by Hrinayana Maharaj. And there was one that Radhanath Maharaj that struck me, because he shared a few things, how it was so difficult for Srila Gurudev. The most difficult thing he told His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, that to print Krishna book in Japan was one of the most difficult things he'd ever done. But then he also reflected, and I remember this, how when the Pandal program was with Prabhupada, there was a big strike at the docks, and they couldn't get anything out. There were gundas, there were heavy, your life was threatened to go down to the docks to try and get those books out for Prabhupada's Pandal program. And, who made that happen was our Gurudev, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, petitioning through so many high court judges to finally, make it happen and deliver those books to Prabhupada. So he was that saying that there's, the determination, the dedication, and the attention to details that he had was not 1 minute spared, in devotional service. So I feel that there's one thing I just want to share. Oh, Hare Krishna, thank you, dear. That I've been reading the pastimes of Maitreya. When Vidura meets with Maitreya, and there's in the Srimad Bhagavatam 351, brief translation is, Sukadev Goswami said to Vidura, the best amongst the Kuru dynasty, who is perfect in devotional service to the Lord, is called Achyuta Bhava Siddha, or perfection by dint of devotional service. And Vidura had already passed all the fallible natures of living in them as a conditioned soul. And so the comment was, Achinta Bhava Siddha, or perfection by dint of devotional service. Anyone, therefore, who is absorbed in devotional service to the Lord is a liberated soul and has all admirable qualities. And when I read that, certainly that was our spiritual master, Srila Gurudev. Unflinching devotional service to Prabhupada, and a unflinching devotion to everyone that crosses his path. So this is a very emotional day for me. We feel always, I feel always intense emotion, but I also take shelter of Vani, and when I'm in front of my Giriraj and my deities at home, I always chant listening to Gurudev Japa, always. It's so potent, so very potent. And we listen to a lecture every day of Srila Gurudev. So maybe someday in my dull brain, it'll all come come in there prayerfully at the time of death. I'll remember all of his words and the love he gave to me and to everyone. So, Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Our Grace Mother Nandini Ki Jai. So again, I'd like to just thank everyone for coming. Right now the program is we're going to go out to the Samadhi and actually have the Guru Puja at the Samadhi. So just please, when you are around the Samadhi, just be careful, don't step on the flowers or anything. Mother Sucharya, did you?
Is that okay if I say something?
Yeah, you can say something real quick, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see you back there.
So our family lived here in Dallas in 1999. My daughter Madira and her husband Sanatan. And so we stayed here near the Dallas temple. And Maharaj was here, and he would have programs at different devotees' homes. And so at one program, I got brave enough to ask him a question. I said, Maharaj, I said, the devotees are always talking about going back home, back to Godhead. I said, but is that real? Or do we have to struggle lifetime after lifetime? And he thought for several moments. He didn't reply right away. And then he said in a very, so humble, he said in a very humble voice, he said, the pujaris are being trained to serve the Lord. So when you do pujari service, he said, you become purified. And you can develop your love for Krishna, and you can go back home, back to Godhead. He said, so I see that the devotees who serve the deities, that they develop cleanliness, they develop love and compassion. So he encouraged us to become pujaris, because then we could have a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. He said everyone has a chance to go back home. He said, but the pujaris especially, they're associating with Radha and Krishna and their spiritual master and the devotees, and they're serving in a regulated way, and they can develop their love. And then I have another story of when Maharaj, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, when he was in China. And so he came back, like it was the early 80s, maybe 85, 86. And so we were at a program. We lived in Los Angeles at the time, myself and my daughter Madira. She was about 13, so it had to be 86. So I hope that's the right date. So he came and he gave a beautiful program at the house of Nrsinganandan Prabhu in Topanga Canyon, California. And so at the program, there was His Holiness Sridhar Swami and about 40 devotees. And Maharaj was very fired up about his preaching in China. He was so happy. And he would explain to us how that the people in China, in the morning, they get up and they go to the parks and they practice Tai Chi. So he gave us a demonstration of Tai Chi. And then he said, our preaching in China is at the very beginning stages. He said, so everybody in this room, you have to promise me that you will not speak about this outside this room. He said, are you going to promise? And he looked at us and we all said, yes, Maharaj, yes, we will. We won't tell anyone. And then he said, all right. He said, if you can't keep that promise, you got to leave right now. So then Sridhar Swami was there. So if I could ask for 2 volunteers from the audience, I need a girl to play Madira. Okay. You're the first hand up. Kirtida. Is that okay with the teachers? Is that okay with the teachers? Okay. So come on up, Kirtida. And I need a person to play Sridhar Swami. Any volunteers? Who's putting their hand up? Sanu? Did you put your hand up, Sanu? Any volunteers of the boys? What? Okay, all right, Sridhar Swami. Okay. So, here's Tamal Krishna Goswami right here. So you can sit next to him over here, next to the Vyasa-san. And thank you very much. Your name is Sridhar Swami, okay? And your name is Madira. Her name is Madhirekshana Devi Dasi. So you need to hide behind me here because you're going to come up out of the floor. And you don't have to say any lines except Hare Krishna. Okay, so you're hidden. Okay, so at the program, Maharaj was very intensely speaking about China. And again, he was very excited. And so he had a slideshow. He showed us what he was doing. He showed the people doing the Tai Chi in the morning. And then he showed the preaching. And then, the devotees were dressed in regular clothes. And so it was we were so happy because it was such a big breakthrough. He's preaching in China. So His Holiness Sridhar Swami was sitting there cross-legged, and he was listening to Maharaj, and Maharaj went into detail about the prasadam they were making. They were making Chinese prasadam. He went into details about their Sankirtan efforts. And then, so we were all listening very intently. You couldn't hear a pin drop. It was really we were really focused. And again, he said, "You're not going to tell anyone, right?" We all said, "Yes, Maharaj, yes, we won't tell anyone." So then Sridhar Swami was sitting there listening very carefully. And all of a sudden, Sridhar Swami started jumping up, like jumping up. And, and then all of a sudden, okay, I have to just explain quickly that in Topanga Canyon, they have a, almost ready. In Topanga Canyon, they have a house that's called a dome house. So the dome house is shaped like a dome, and it's level with the ground, so you cannot see the bottom floor. It's invisible. And the bottom floor, the only way from the bottom floor to the main floor is through a trap door. Okay, so Sridhar Swami was sitting there, and he kept jumping, and then, so then all of a sudden, he stood up because the trap door opened. So the trap door opened, and out came Madhira. Hare Krishna, Madhira Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, go over there, and you stand next to Tamal Krishna Goswami. And so Maharaj was very quick. He did not miss a beat. So visualize that the trap door opened, and out comes Madhira. She hoisted herself up from underground that you couldn't see it. So she hoisted herself up, and she folded her hands, and she had a beautiful braid, just like Kirtita. And she said, "Hare Krishna, I'm happy to be here." And so then Sridhar Swami was very flustered. He said, "Tamal, is this part of your slideshow program?" And Tamal Krishna Goswami, he just sat there. He sat there looking at Madhira, and he didn't miss a beat. So go ahead, sit down. You can sit down. He didn't miss a beat. He said, "Your name is Sita Devi. You came from the earth itself." So Tamal Krishna Goswami, thank you very much, very, very much. Thank you. So Tamal Krishna Goswami was very dear to Sanatan and Madhira, and they often had conversations with him, and they had prasadam with him. So I'm very grateful to him for initiating my daughter, well, giving her a spiritual name, and for being so kind to our family. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Her Grace Mother Sucharya ki jai. Okay, so now everyone can please go out to the Samadhi, and we're going to have the Guru Puja out there, and then after that we'll have the feast in the activity room. So, thank you. His Divine Grace, Srila Gurudeva ki jai. It's going to say